other university services that promote welfare and development, like webinars, trainings in content, leadership, and management. We also have a functional email and Facebook page where students can raise their concerns and queries, including their requests for appropriate actions of the office. Moreover, to get to know further about the context of open and distance e-learning or Open University in particular, students are given an orientation on its principles, legal basis, mode of instructional delivery, and academic policies. They are also introduced to how the learning management system can be navigated as the main platform for meaningful teaching and learning experiences.
The different programs offered by BU Open University such as EDDELM, MPA, MM, MLGM, MAELM, MAEng-Ed, and MA SOCSTED are delivered based on the submitted course syllabus and course guides of the faculty in charge. All core faculty members and affiliate faculty members are directed to submit the syllabus and course guide every semester for document controlling of the document custodian for reference purposes and accreditations. Using the university format across all colleges, the syllabi and course guides are being checked by the Instructional Development Coordinator and endorsed by the Academic Program Coordinator for approval of the Bicol University Open University Dean to look into the validity of the content, including its appropriateness in an open distance e-learning modality. The course guides and syllabi contain the following salient provisions: institutional learning outcomes, program learning outcomes, course description, course outline, course requirements, references, course policies, faculty in charge profile, and contact details. Each faculty has the prerogative to adapt, add, and modify significant provisions in the course guide and course syllabus. These are available on file per program.
BU Open University uses a cloud-based learning management system to provide wide accessibility and standardized interface to deliver its courses efficiently and effectively to students. The LMS features an environment on which they can collaborate with fellow students and the FIC. It provides everything that students need in their academic journey. Contents, class activities, and learning resources are found in the LMS. It also provides communication tools in teaching and learning process. It is available 99.9% and can be accessed anytime, anywhere, using any device such as desktop, tablet, laptop, mobile phones, and other devices. It also serves as the main website of the Bicol University Open University, containing all relevant information about the unit. Students and faculty in charge just need to browse buou.edu.ph to find the BUOU Learning Management System. This is BU Open University, the premier open and distance e-learning institution in the Bicol region.
Dito mo sa chargersan. Di ba di pa tapos yung app.
Consistent to its vision and mission, Bicol University implements extension programs that provide professional and technical trainings, and other interventions, utilizing science-based knowledge and technologies, with the end in view of empowering people and communities, for social transformation and development. The university's extension operation is guided by its extension manual, which is currently undergoing fine-tuning, aligning it with the provisions of the BU Code of 2016, and most importantly to make it more relevant and responsive to the needs of the service communities. BU's extension agenda in the recent years have been focused more on poverty alleviation, food security, health and education, disaster risk reduction, and environmental conservation. After series of internal deliberations and stakeholders consultation, a new RD&D agenda, which capture the aspirations of Universities 4.0 will soon take effect. Being a comprehensive university, BU has a huge pool of technical experts, with its more than 600 strong faculty members, with expertise along the fields of education, health, arts and natural sciences, business and entrepreneurship, social sciences, industrial arts, fishery and agricultural sciences, engineering and information technology. This diverse expertise of the faculty members enables the university to respond to various technological needs of its clienteles. Here are some of the technologies brought to the communities through the university's extension undertakings. In 2017, EMD organized the Lester Linking Education to Society through Extension and Research Program, which aims to partner with government and non-government agencies in the region for the common cause of community service. 22 organizations formalized their partnership with Bicol University in a Memorandum of Agreement. Through the Lester program, DSWDRFO5 tapped BU to implement a multi-million skills training program, region-wide. A total amount of $313 million was downloaded to BU to implement 587 skills training projects for around 27,000 beneficiaries. The implementation of this DSWD-funded skills training program involves faculty members of at least 8 colleges or units of BU, namely EMD, BUCAF, BUTC, BUGC, BUPC, BUCSSP, BUCE and BUSA. It was also through the Lester program where Filminera, a privately owned and managed mining company in the island province of Masbate, sought the services of Bicol University for a research undertaking. This project is being implemented by faculty members of BUCS, BUCSSP, the RDMD and the EMD. Likewise, BU has joined the Tsokolate at Pandasal Group, organized by the Armed Forces of the Philippines Bicol. DAP's membership is composed of regional government offices and non-government organizations that regularly meet every month. The group provides support and services to impoverished areas in the region for the purpose of peace and development. BU's membership to this group further strengthens the university's linkages to other member agencies. Over the years, the university has established linkages with international, national, regional and local agencies. The university's banner extension program entitled Integrated Program for Sustainable Development of Local Watershed Communities addresses poverty, food security, climate change, and social development concerns in watershed communities, to which practically all places in the region belong. Here are some of Bicol University's best extension projects. The university's ultimate measure of success in its extension undertakings is the positive impact on the social, environmental, and economic well-being of the communities it serves.
Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 whoa,
Bawat biyuin yung nandirito, taglay mo ang galing na sigurado. Kahit saan nang mapunta, galing mo ay ipapamala. Muna ika'y tatak, biyuin nyo.
Kahit subukin man ang panahon, sabay-sabay pa rin tayong aahon. Dahil kailan may hindi nawawala pagmamahal natin sa isa't isa.
Biyuin nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y nagniningin ng biyuin nyo magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuin nyo tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuin nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuin nyo ay di kumukupas. Lahat susungit, lahat ay kakayanin.
Tulong-tulong abutin mga hangarin natin. Tayo'y handang matuto, kailan may hindi suko. Sa galing ng pamumuno, tayo'y naging buo. Maan man ng maraming taon,
Tayo'y pinagtitibay ng panahon. Kahit tayo ay magkakaiba,
ngunit tayo pa rin ay nagkakaisa.
biyuin nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. Puso'y naglilinig ng biyuin yung magaling. Ikaw at ako, biyuin nyo tayo. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuin nyo ay di kumukupas. Panahon, oras ay lumilipas. Galing ng biyuin nyo ay di kumukupas. Biyuin nyo,
Orgulyo bigkulan umintatak, oragon sa inmandarhon. Daima padaog sa rarok, sa rabay, may paglaong sa gabos. Dahil naman ang gandang tunay na utak na biyuin nyo. Pag sinabing biyuin nyo magaling, siguradong titingalain na mumutawi ang pag-ibig sa iyong puso. Pagkat ikaw ay isang tunay na biyuin nyo.
Ibang klase ang galing-galing ng biyuhin nyo. Kayang pagmalaki kahit kanino. Taas noo sa kabutihan ng iyong puso. Kahit saan man dalhin ang mundo.
biyuin nyo, halina't sumabay sa tutugin ng ating tagumpay. So'y naglilinig ng biyuin yung magaling. Ikaw at ako,
This is BU Open University, the premier open and distance e-learning institution in the Bicol region. On November 20, 1997, the Bicol University Board of Regents passed BOR number 24 series of 1997, which approved the setting up of the BU Open University. The objective of the BUOU was to bring the curricular programs of the university to a wider populace of students in the Bicol region. To fully operationalize BOR Resolution number 24 in accordance with the present thrust and direction set forth in the BU Comprehensive Development Plan, Administrative Order number 177 series of 2004 was issued to provide the general implementing guidelines for the operation of the BU Open University. The emphasis of BUOU is to address the educational capability enhancement need of professionals by offering selected graduate programs via distance education. The long-term direction of the BU Open University is to eventually offer some baccalaureate courses in support of regional development. The restructured BU Open University is now mandated to be the degree offering and eventually a degree granting academic unit of the university. It was also given authority by the Board of Regents Resolution number 401 series of 2018, Administrative Order number 347 series of 2019, to expand its programs into offering selected undergraduate courses and non-degree short-term courses needed in the region. BU Open University seeks to provide wider access to quality education, adhering to the highest standards of academic excellence in order to produce trained manpower required for the development of the Bicol region. Specifically, BUOU seeks to provide wider access to quality education by offering degree programs via the distance education mode, establish an innovative system of continuing education of professionals and career development for those unable to avail of the opportunity through the usual traditional delivery mode, and develop instructional materials and technology appropriate for distance education. At present, there is a Distance Learning Center in the main campus of Bicol University at the third floor of the University Library. The Distance Learning Center in the main campus is open to serve students coming from various parts of the region. To better serve a wider segment of the Bicolanos, the BU Open University intends to engage in partnership with local government units and other academic institutions in the region. Under the Administrative Order number 347 series of 2019, specifying the revised implementing guidelines of the BUOU, the office is manned by the Dean and supported by core and affiliate faculty and technical staff to serve as the link between the BUOU and the distance education students. The course modules are the basic medium of instructional delivery. These are prepared by module development teams consisting of writers, readers, instructional design specialists, and language editors. These are drawn from the faculty complement of the university. Other instructional materials like video clippings and the like shall also be used in the process of course delivery. Actual delivery of these course modules is taken care of by the faculty in charge and tutors. Each course or subject has an FIC or course supervisor who ensures the attainment of the objectives of the course and who rates or evaluates the performance of distance education students. Performance of students enrolled in the distance education mode is assessed through submitted assignments, exercises, activities, and supervised examinations. Tutorial sessions are part of the course delivery of the Open University or distance education mode. These are designed to facilitate clarification of topics or issues and ensure informed discussions among module users. The Bicol University initially offers selected graduate curricular programs. This is due to the stringent requirement of open learning to have mature learners who are capable of undertaking independent self-learning. Due to resource limitation and perceived market, only the following programs are offered in Open University: Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership and Management, Master in Management, Master of Public Administration, Master in Local Government Management, Master of Arts in Educational Leadership and Management, Master of Arts in English Education, and Master of Arts in Social Studies Education. We cater to the growing number of students coming from various parts of the Philippines and offshore. At present, we have students from Japan, United Arab Emirates, Cambodia, Thailand, West Africa, London, United States of America, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
The Dean of the Open University is Dr. Mrs. M. Dorino, who has a master's degree in public management obtained from Tabaco College and a doctorate degree in public administration from the Graduate School of Bicol University. He specializes in management, public administration or public management, microfinance, and distance education. Among the pool of distinguished faculty members in the Open University are Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascarenas, Dr. Ramon T. De Leon, Dr. Melinda D. De Guzman, Dr. Emily M. Agonos, Dr. Roldan C. Cabeles, Professor Jose Carlo B. Lavapie, and Professor Rolly N. Monte Alegre. These faculty members were also trained in the University of the Philippines Phase 1 training on sustainable institution building for blended, online, and open learning, or CBOL. As part of the Open University's trust in providing quality distance education to its students, faculty members have developed different learning materials for the learners. These are: for Master of Arts in English Education, Dr. Cabeles developed the following: for Master of Arts in Social Studies Education, Professor Lavapie made use of the following: for Master of Public Administration, Dr. Lorino has utilized the following:
Marhay na aga. Magandang umaga. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of International Webinar on Organizations' Resiliency, Inclusivity, and Sustainability towards Environment, Social, and Governance. Once again, this is your host, Dominic Chanfrancais Overo, sharing a Wednesday reminder to each and every one of us to live life and live it to the fullest. I would like to welcome each and every participant here today, including our participants from the academe and outside the academe. Once again, thank you for joining us on the second day of our international webinar. But first, before we continue our program, may I share with you our netiquettes for our webinar. But before this, I would also like to remind our participants to please rename on this pattern your program or agency underscore your name because we are monitoring the participants of this webinar. So please kindly rename on that pattern your program or agency underscore your name. So here are our netiquettes. First, be on time to meetings, dress and act appropriately. Thank you for each participants who are here earlier than 8 a.m. Speak clearly, speak into your mic, slow down, take breaks to check with each other. Chat responsibly, use chat to ask questions, watch out for gossip. Meeting may be recorded. A gentle reminder that this meeting is recorded. Also, you may use our chat box to express yourselves and of course the reactions that are found on the lower right corner of your screen. Limit distractions, find a quiet place, check your surroundings. And of course, we always remind each and every one of us to mute ourselves. Upon entry to this Zoom meeting link, please mute your microphones. And we are anticipating your participation. Stay focused, take notes, and contribute. Thank you. So to start our program, we'll have our opening prayer, followed by our Philippine national anthem.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us all today in this important endeavor. We ask that you bestow your guidance and blessing upon each attendee. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. Bless everyone present today, that each may be able to share his or her contributions and gifts. Grant good health and safety to loved ones left outside this room, and bestow peace and goodwill to all of us. We ask for your wisdom and grace to use our talents for the betterment of others. May the various activities related to this day be a success through your intervention. With gratitude, we offer this prayer in your name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Once again, good morning, everyone. I would also like to acknowledge our friends joining us across the country. I believe we have a participant coming from India. Thank you and welcome. At this juncture, I would like to call on the OIC of the Office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs. Let us have Professor Jocelyn E. Serrano. Ma'am?
Good morning. To our highly esteemed University President, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Nebres III, to the 4 Vice Presidents, Dr. Maria Juliet Bores, the VPAA, whom I represent today, Attorney Dr. Joseph Bartolata, Vice President for Academic Affairs, for Vice President for Administration and Finance.
Recording in
I'm sorry.
progress.
Dr. Eddie C., the Vice President for Planning and Development. Dr. Luis Amano, the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension. To the Dean of the Bicol University Open University, Dr. Rameses M. Lorino, faculty members, respective program advisors, graduate students, and most importantly to the resource speakers. Let me mention their names. Mr. Benjamin N. Villacorte, Ms. Crystal Aleli Cornell of the SGV Climate Change and Sustainability Services, Ms. Heidi L. Mendoza, former USEC General of the United Nations Office of Internal Oversight Services, New York City, USA, and to all the graduate students and participants. Welcome to this international webinar billed as Organizations Resiliency, Inclusivity, and Sustainability towards Environmental Sustainability and Governance. This is very relevant and timely. This early, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this noble undertaking. Indeed, it is inherent upon you, our Bicol University Open University students, to promote and highlight organizations' sustainable practices that would translate to a greater social credibility and build and transform a stronger, resilient community. It is very much apparent that organizations are all subject to a diverse and ever-changing, uncertain environment. Under these organizations, we should develop a capability which can resist the emergency and recover from the disruption. So given this scenario, the concept of this webinar is very timely. Ladies and gentlemen, today, second day of their webinar, is a very promising day as BUOU makes a very significant impact on the academic history of Bicol University and to the whole wide world. So with this, I welcome you all. Good day and good luck to this activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jocelyn. Thank you for your presence. At this moment, it's my honor to introduce to you our speakers for today's webinar. First, we have Mr. Benjamin N. Villacorte. He is a certified public accountant and third place in the CPA board exams. He is a certified internal auditor issued by the Institute of Internal Auditor Philippines. He is a certified sustainability reporting specialist. He also completed the Columbia Essentials of Management program at Columbia University and a graduate school of business and the applied data science program under Columbia Engineering Executive Education, New York, USA. He was also involved in numerous sustainable finance transformation engagements for financial institutions to embed environmental and social risk management practices and its operations. Also, he is a proud Bicolano from Legazpi City. Second, we have Ms. Cristal Alali R. Coronel. She is a certified public accountant, a Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, graduated from the University of Santo Tomas. She is a member of the Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, or the PICPA. She is a senior manager and associate director program at Malaysia. Friends, help me welcome with a big round virtual applause, and let us extend our warm welcome to Mr. Benjamin N. Villacorte and Ms. Cristal Alali R. Coronel.
Thank you. Good morning, Domet and Professor Jocelyn. Malahay na aga po sa inyo, gabos. So tama po, I'm Bicolano. I was born in Legazpi. I think 4 decades ago, to be exact. And during that time, I can remember our province was always hit by typhoon, and I was very happy because we didn't have classes. At that time, I was young, but I guess now that we are grown ups, we realize the gravity of climate change, and the Philippines, particularly the Bicol region, we are very much vulnerable to extreme weather events. No? So it is really very disruptive, no, to businesses, and also, of course, to the school of younger generations. So thank you again for inviting us. As you mentioned, this is a very timely and relevant topic, not because of just the impact of climate change, but because of its relevant to businesses. Okay, so as introduced earlier, I'm a CPA po. I focus on financial statements, but at this time, during this day and age, it's not just enough that we look at financial statements of companies. So we look at also their ESG performances or impacts. No? So we'll define what is ESG in today's webinar, and I guess how companies adapt and transform their businesses to be aligned with ESG. Okay, so we'll also talk about the different reporting standards. Okay, so similar to financial statements, meron IFRS, PFRS, or GAAP. For ESG, we also have a document. We call it sustainability reports. And the preparation of sustainability reports, we have to comply also with certain standards. Okay, so that's what we try to envision to accomplish this morning. And hopefully we get active participation from everyone. So at any point, you can ask questions. You can raise your hands virtually. Ayaw naman namin mawit yung kamay ninyo. Or you can type your questions in the chat box. Okay. So I will be joined also by my senior manager, Cristal. So we have split the presentation. I'll handle the first 2 parts, I think, and Cristal will handle the last 2 parts. Okay. So this is our agenda. We'll explain first what do we mean by long-term value through sustainability, and I guess the expectations of capital markets around sustainability and how companies are responding to these expectations. There are also global developments in terms of regulations. We'll also discuss the regulatory landscape in the Philippines. No? So happy to report that our country is, I think, not lagging behind, but is almost catching up, no, or even at par with our neighboring countries in ASEAN. So in terms of policies from different government bodies, I think we're very much ahead, no, in some respects on sustainability matters. Okay, so we'll cover that also this morning. Okay, so so that's the agenda. Maybe we can start with the first part on long-term value. Okay, but before that, I guess to wake you up, no, I'm sure it's been an early day for most of you. So just I'm interested to hear what comes to your mind when you hear the word sustainability. Okay, because oftentimes sustainability is used loosely, so it can be interpreted in many different ways. So I'm interested to hear from your personal point of view, what is sustainability for you? What do you understand about sustainability? So you can just type it in the chat box, or if you want to be recognized and come on screen, just raise your hand and we'll call you. So ano po ba ang sustainability? Wala pa tayo nakita sa chat box. Continuity, yun, no? Very good. Jess, maraming salamat. Continuity, tama po yan. So when you are sustainable, you don't just focus on the present or the short term, but you also think about the future, no? So long-term outlook when we say sustainability. So tama po yan. Continuity. Mylene also said long-term, available for the long-term. And si Domet, ability to maintain a process, ability to support continuously, feasible. That's also one of the, I guess, important definitions of sustainability. It has to be feasible, practical. No? So it's not just an ideal. No? So I guess we have to differentiate sustainability. No, it's not just an ideal, but it's a scenario, a practical scenario that we all want to achieve, no, for this generation and the next. Jose, development without sacrificing the environment. Okay, so we hear about the environment. So environment is one of the important pillars of sustainability. Okay. And I guess currently a lot of focus is on environment, but there are other pillars around sustainability, and there are a lot of ESG issues also, no, not related to environment. No, so we have social issues, we have governance issues. So these are the important pillars of sustainability. So all these are correct definitions and interpretations of sustainability: responsive, continuous implementation, ability to exist. Yeah, that's very important. They say that I think this generation, no, so what we do during this generation will define the future of our children and grandchildren. Okay, so the impact that we see now is actually the result of decisions and actions during the industrial revolution. I think in the last century we saw a lot of progress, diba? A lot of developments in terms of technology, infrastructure, and actually capitalism was really the way of life. Okay, so business was booming, and a lot of people got rich. Yeah, but during those time, there was very little concern about our resources, and also concerned about the impact of what we do. Okay, so it turned out the emissions that we made during those times, they are now contributing to the global warming, so climate change. So I think in the last decade, no, the increase in temperature was really very sharp, okay, because of all this industrialization. Okay, so that's why businesses and even government bodies, they are shifting their focus from just profits. No, so profit is not enough anymore. Businesses must also look after the planet and also the people. So there is an acronym for that, actually the triple bottom line. Okay, so PPP. Okay, so profit, planet, and people. Okay, so hindi pwedeng kumita ka lang. So you have to make sure that your impacts on the environment and also on your people are managed as well. Okay. So thank you for all these responses. No? So again, all these are good. What we'll do is we'll try to dig deeper on this sustainability topic. Okay. So the official definition coming from the United Nations Brundtland Commission in 1987, sustainability is the ability to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Okay, so that's why we said it's really looking after the future generations, no? The future of our children and grandchildren. Because what we do now, sila na walang kamuang-muang, will have an impact on them. So that's why we have to be very responsible and conscious on everything that we do now. Otherwise, the world that they will live in, maybe the effects of what we do may be irreversible. So that's not what we want. That's why companies and also countries are, I guess, gathering and really working towards reducing climate change, no? And through sustainability. Okay, so these principles around sustainability. So as mentioned, there are 4 pillars with respect to sustainability. So you have economic. Of course, economic is still important, no, because you need money. You need money to finance your programs around environmental, social, and governance. Okay, we're just saying that money should not be the sole focus. No, money should be a means to finance your other projects around environmental, social, and governance. Okay, so the other pillars, these are, I guess, self-explanatory. So environment, of course, you have to be conscious about the impact you create on your environment. For example, how you manage waste, how you consume energy, what type of energy do you use? Are you using renewable energy, or are you still dependent on fossil fuel or coal, which is very harmful to the environment? We also look at water consumption because there is also scarcity in terms of potable water supply globally. Okay, there are parts of the world that do not have potable water. Social, I guess we look at labor practices. In some countries, there are cases of forced labor. There are cases of I guess discrimination or pay gaps between male and female. No, so concepts like diversity and inclusiveness, gender equality. So these are principles around social pillar, because we also want a world where everybody, regardless of gender, regardless of orientation, background, will be given a chance no, to have decent life, no, in this world. And then governance, of course, these are the measures around corruption. It's not something that we want in our world. Corruption, I think mostly corruption, no? How we deal with different bodies with the government and in the private sector. Okay. Okay. So these are again the 4 pillars of sustainability. Okay. So sustainability, that's an end state, and the way to get there, no. So there are different processes. There are different pathways to reach sustainability. And that's what we call sustainable development. Okay, so everybody in the private sector, organizations, and even in the government, they are doing sustainable development because their end state, they all want to reach sustainability. Okay, in their different fields. Okay, so just to dig down deeper on each pillar, no, so just some examples, no.
natin mamaya
Hi, ma'am. Na-unmute. Hello? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, so these are factors relate to how the organization directly increases the pool of economic resources, so how it manages its capital, and also there are other indicators, for example, market presence, procurement practices. So these are just examples of economic KPIs or indicators. For environment, again, this is the impact of an organization and how it manages natural resources. So as mentioned, renewable energy, waste management, and environmentally responsible policies. Okay, so probably you have observed, no, so the Philippines, is good news. We are seeing a lot of electric vehicles already. No, I think here in Metro Manila and in nearby provinces, there are electric vehicle charging stations that are being put up. And good to know that we also have a law that promotes electric vehicles. In fact, they are exempted from what you call that, number coding in Metro Manila. And if you go to malls, you have preferred parking, di ba? So para kayong yung senior or disabled, so you get to use the parking spaces near the entrance. Okay, so that's one I guess phenomenon, because again, everybody is working towards sustainable development. And we also see options for renewable energy in I think there is a renewable energy law already in place, and recently there is a rise also of suppliers providing renewable energy, solar. We also have wind, and it's good that there is incentive for these companies, when it comes to their tariff. Okay. And solar panels also have become cheaper, so it's now accessible to households. I'm sure a lot of households in the Bicol region are using also solar energy, because again, it's not just because we want to be environmentally friendly, but there are also cost savings associated to it. So doing good is also good for the pocket, no? Okay. And another example on environment, I don't know if you've heard about the Extended Producer Responsibility Act. So that's a new law passed last year, I think July. So it regulates the use of plastic packaging. Okay, so they want to make companies, no, so yung mga consumer product companies, no, the household brands, di ba, na ginagamit natin sa bahay that gustong-gusto natin, no, all of this come in plastic packaging. So they want to make these obliged companies, no, so the brand owners to become more responsible, no. So they're saying since you are responsible in distributing your products which contain plastic, you have to be more proactive also in collecting and recycling these plastic products. So you don't just leave it to the consumers, you don't just leave it to the government to collect and recycle the products. You, as the business, you own this plastic, you have to be responsible in collecting and recycling it. So that's the principle behind the Extended Producer Responsibility Act. So those are, I guess, some updates. As mentioned, we should be proud that the Philippines have all these policies and regulations. So that means we are really trying to be at par with developed countries around sustainability. So social, I guess these are factors that manage your relationship with your different stakeholders. So one thing to highlight, stakeholders, in the past, the most important stakeholder is the owner, di ba? The stockholders. Now, because it's their money that you are managing, so you have to provide dividends to them, you have to provide returns. Okay, but with sustainability, as mentioned, it's not just about profit. All of them should be looked at equally. No? So they are all equally important. So you have to look at the welfare of your employees, your customers, the community where you operate, and also other institutions that you deal with. Okay, so that's the social pillar of sustainability. So some examples, as mentioned, you have work conditions. Right now, there is, I guess, the work from home setup is becoming more important. So companies are now more flexible, in terms of their demands of hours from their employees. They make sure that they're able to have work-life balance, and take care of themselves and their family. So these are some examples of work conditions and labor standards. So even after that's, I think, the good thing that the pandemic brought in, or introduced to us, the work from home model. And even now, even with I think the pandemic almost gone, companies continue to adopt the work from home model, because they see the benefits. So it's not just about the welfare of the company. Again, they're also able to save. So they don't have to pay for large office spaces, because employees, some jobs or some work or functions can be performed at the comfort of their homes. Okay. So diversity, inclusion, community relationships. So these are, especially if you are dealing with IPs, mga indigenous people, you have to provide livelihood for them. Also, you have to improve the area. So probably build roads, hospitals, or sports center. So the community will also thrive as your business thrives. Okay. Okay. So governance. So data privacy. So that's very important with the data privacy law, not just in the Philippines but globally. Also, company organizational structure. We look at the composition of the board of directors, management. Is there policy to ensure that we have female executives, we have female representatives in the board, Do we have the necessary competence and skills in the board, no? Regardless of gender and background. Okay. So in sustainability reporting, we also disclose the pay gap, no? So that's something that we look at, no? So we compare the average salaries of male workers versus female workers. Unfortunately, we see a lot of instances that there is still gap, but hopefully with this principle and thinking, we are able to bridge the gap, no? That employees will be remunerated based on their skills and what they are able to contribute. Okay. So just to differentiate sustainability, I guess this is the blanket definition of the company's ability to do better or to do good. ESG, we're just breaking down sustainability into the three important or specific pillars, no, crucial to investors, no? So environmental, social, and governance. Okay. But oftentimes they are used interchangeably. Okay, so when you hear ESG or when you hear sustainability, both of them could mean the same thing, no? When people talk. Okay. So next slide, we just present the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals, no? So probably you've seen this diagram. This is not LGBTQ plus, no? So although it looks like LGBTQ plus colors, each color represent the ambition of the world, no? Of the the United Nations that we want to address, no, in this lifetime. So of course, number one, no poverty, and so on, no? So there are 17 goals. You can see also reduced inequalities, climate action, life below water, and others. So this SDGs, no, SDGs is the acronym. These are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. Okay, so when companies report on their ESG programs, they try to link to one or more SDGs. No? So they're basically what they're saying, we are helping achieve this United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. For government agencies, I think I've seen some of them also link their programs to sustainable development goals. Okay. Okay, so let's, I guess I have to stop talking for a while, maybe hear your thoughts. What do you think drives companies or even government or academe or even other bodies to become sustainable? What do you think is the driving force behind it? So ganun ulit, you can either put your answers in the chat box or you can raise your hand so we can recognize you. Okay, efficient planning and implementation. Okay, sabi ni Madam, that's very good. Efficient planning and implementation, because when you aspire for sustainability, the natural consequence is there is transformation within the organization. Okay, so you're able to revisit the processes, the procedures, and with that you are able to unlock efficiency, and also because you are forced to plan on a long-term basis, so you're able to see wider risk and opportunities that will impact the organizations. Okay, so that's a very good point, Ma'am Jocelyn. Any other thoughts or views? Ano kaya ang nagda-drive sa sustainable? Ano ba to? Is it just a buzzword? Ano lang ba yan? Buzzword lang ba yan? Or it's something real? Economic benefits? That's true. Funds, I guess that's a very important insight, because when you talk about capital markets, so for foreign investments, sorry. So when you talk about foreign investments from Europe, from the US, to some extent, from Australia, they look at ESG performance of companies. Even the Philippines, we also have an ESG rating. Okay, so in other words, they don't just look at the fiscal health of a country or of an organization. It's not enough that your business is profitable or your balance sheet is strong. It's not enough anymore. So investors look at ESG performance. And si Ma'am Gemma, you are correct also, and Joseph, that the demands of clients and customers drive companies to be sustainable. Okay? So tayo mismo as consumers, so syempre, because we are concerned about our future, we patronize products and services which are sustainable. So, for example, yun nga, yung paggamit ng renewable energy, paggamit ng electric vehicles, or using locally sourced products and materials instead of imported products. So these are examples of consumer behavior. So sustainability affects consumer behavior as well. So 3 P's: power, priority, profit. Okay po yan. Commitment, a mandate of UN and World Economic Forum. I think that's true. The Philippines is a signatory to the Paris Agreement, I think in, when was that, 2015? So nangako tayo as a country that we will reduce our carbon emissions by 75% by 2030. That's very ambitious. That's 7 years from now. But in our NDC, we call it NDC, the Nationally Determined Commitments, I think a big portion of our commitment is conditional. Sabi natin, will be able to accomplish this if you are able to share, yung the developed countries, if you are able to share with us investments, financing, and also the related technology. Okay, so basically the government is saying the Philippines' contribution to the global GHG is minuscule, but we are the ones suffering the effects of climate change, because geographically we are in the ring of fire. So that's what we call as the climate injustice, diba? Because of the progress by developed countries, they have emitted a lot of emissions. We have global warming, and the countries suffering the impacts would be the developing countries. Like there is climate injustice, and what we're saying is you have to pay us, you have to invest in us so that we can have climate adaptation and resilience. So we'll be more resilient to these catastrophes, and in the same manner, we are able to reduce also our global emissions. Okay, so these are all good insights. Thank you very much. Companies want to conform with the trends of IR4. Ano kaya yung IR4, Jose Carlo? It's first time to hear IR4. You able to elaborate that in the chat? Fourth industrial, okay, the fourth industrial revolution. So So actually, we are calling this the sustainable revolution. So to some extent, we are ongoing a revolution because we are changing our ways, no, how we do things, no. No, so gone are the days na we just focus on planets without care for the impacts or effects that we create. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate all the comments. Okay, so let's try to dig down on the drivers again. So businesses, I guess businesses and investors are the main driver, no? Because companies, they want capital, and they are also becoming global, no? So we don't just deal with customers and suppliers locally. We deal with different parties internationally, and these companies, they have policies. No, they will deal with you only if you have good ESG principles in your companies. No, otherwise you will be penalized. No, they will not choose you as a supplier, or if they so they will not choose you as a supplier, or they will not provide the capital to you, or if they will lend money to you, it will be at a higher interest rate. So all this affect investment decision making, no? So this is actually based on a yearly survey that we do, and it has been very consistent, no? Year in, year out, the survey says that investors really look at ESG programs and performances of companies. Okay, and actually, the problem is we don't have a uniform standards on ESG reporting. No? Unlike financial reporting, meron tayong PFRS or IFRS. But for ESG reporting, we actually have a lot. No? So there are a lot of frameworks and disclosure standards, and that is not helping the investors. No, it actually creates confusion and I guess difficulty to compare companies across same sectors and industries. Okay, so a lot of investors look at also yung carbon footprint. Okay, so that's why maybe you have seen companies making pledges or commitments that by a certain year they will become carbon neutral or net zero. Diba? Nakita natin in their press releases, diba? By 2050 we will become net zero. Okay, so for us SGV Ernst & Young, we are targeting 2025 to become net zero. So what is net zero ba in simple terms? No, net zero is our emissions, our carbon emissions will be offset by an equivalent amount of sequestration. Okay, so it's a combination of sequestration and also reduction in our emissions. Okay, so how do we reduce our emissions? So first, our offices now will be powered by renewable energy. No? So we're not anymore dependent on the utility company. No? Because the utility company in Metro Manila uses parang it's a mixed power. Okay, diba? Parang from fossil, from coal, and I think a small portion from renewable. But consumers now, like us, we have a power to choose. So kami, we choose to be powered by renewable energy. So that reduces our emissions. And kami, we have reduced also our foreign travel, no? Fortunately or unfortunately, we're not traveling a lot anymore. And we're trying to maximize virtual meetings. Yun. So virtual meetings kasi would have less emissions. No? And also yung sequestration projects, we have invested in carbon sink. So for example, yung mga reforestation projects, so we have a certain area for us, no, to offset our emissions. So that's the concept of net zero. Now your emissions should be less and you also have an equivalent sequestration, so that the difference is zero, diba? Kasi plus minus lang yan. Okay. So for us, I think it's easier, no, because we're just a professional services firm, no. We don't have equipment, diba? We don't have vehicles, no. But just imagine the journey for a company like an airline company, a transportation company, or a mining company. No, so the gravity or the difficulty of the journey depends on your businesses. So that's why larger organizations, they have a longer pathway. So they are committing to be net zero by 2050, because it's not an easy task to decarbonize your operations. Okay. So yun, so these companies again, they are motivated because investors pay attention on all this. Okay. So in addition to investors, I think some of you have mentioned already employees or consumers, diba? You have mentioned that consumers have changing preferences now. We prefer sustainable products and services. But employees also, they are a driving force, because employees will become more engaged, they become more loyal to a company if they see that their company and their bosses have, I guess, strong position, no, on certain social issues, and are also responsible in terms of environmental and social actions. Okay. And society, I think in general, they want to hold businesses more accountable. Okay. And the other thing, which was not captured in the chat, standard setters, regulators, and government. No? So they are also pushing everyone towards this direction. So we have listed here TCFD, GRI, integrated reporting, IFRS. No? So all this, although marami sila, it's not comparable at the moment, no? But at the same time, they are contributing in promoting sustainability practices in organizations. Okay, so the response is, I think everybody now agrees. No, it's not anymore a debate. It's not anymore a question. Organizations realize that they have to look at long-term value creation. It's not anymore just profit. It has to be all stakeholders, no? Not just the owners, but all stakeholders. But the challenge is it's not easy, as mentioned. No? How do you transform your organization? How do you change your strategies? No? How do you move everyone, no, to this thinking and principle? No? Because realistically, there are also non-believers of sustainability. They just say that it's a fad, and of course it's just another expense to the company without any equivalent value or benefit, no, or tangible benefit to the company. Okay, so those are the drivers. Next slide. Okay pa ba ako sa time? So now this is the model that we want to promote. So if we want to future-proof your business, no, sustainability entails strategic focus on long-term value across a bigger group of stakeholders. Okay. So you see their financial value, shareholders, it's just one piece of the pie. It's just one piece of the circle. So we have to look at society value. We have to look at the customer value. We have to look at people value. And if we understand all this, it will translate in better risk management and competence. Better performance improvement. I think this was captured earlier. We have better business strategy. Okay, so all this will lead to long-term value creation. And in the end, companies that are successful in integrating financial and ESG, they are able to unlock the value of their organizations. No, so if you look at the stock market, no, so these items are intangible items. No, they are not reflected in the financial statements. But at the same time, if companies are able to tell this story to the investing public, no, they're able to have premium on their stock prices. Okay, so that's why ESG is a strategic item for organization. No? It gives them, it creates premium to their organizations. Okay. So yun, so in the future, there needs to be a stronger connection between F and ESG. Otherwise, the true costs and opportunities of businesses aren't properly measured. Okay, so right now, the reality is there are two separate reports. Now we have the financial statements and you have the sustainability report. But in the future, what we see is these two will eventually marry. We will just have one report where it will not just tell financial performance, but also ESG performance, and the narratives therein all align. No? So they speak the same truth about the company's performance. Okay. Okay, so that's the first part. So I'll now move on to the second part, which is the expectations around sustainability. No? So how do we respond? Okay, so I guess this is just a quick history, walk-in history. So actually the pandemic also was a turning point because it made us realize the, I guess, susceptibility of of mankind to these calamities. So we have to be conscious of these things, unforeseen things, and it forces us to have a wider look at the risk and opportunities impacting our businesses. Okay, so COVID-19 became a turning point. And if you look at the risk from the World Economic Forum, next slide, in 2021, the top 5 risks are infectious diseases, also livelihood crisis, because obviously that was the I guess the difficult impact of pandemic. But 2022, we are moving from societal risk to environmental risk. Okay, extreme weather, climate action failure. So the green items here are related to environmental. So in the next 2 years, now this is short term. Organizations are focusing on extreme weather and climate action. Okay, and if you go beyond 2 to 5 years, climate action, extreme weather, 5 to 10 years, you still see there climate action, extreme weather, and all the rest are environmental risks. So you have biodiversity loss, natural resource crisis, and human environmental damage. So what does it tell us? So we have to really become more responsible in the impacts of our businesses on the environment. And not just being responsible, we have to be proactive in mitigating also our emissions by starting or drafting our decarbonization journey. Okay. So this is just a reiteration. Again, investors look at ESG performance. So the future enterprises need to be ESG centric. Okay. Next slide. So also C-suite, no, the executives of the company, now when they assess risk, they have embedded already ESG in their criteria. Okay. So number one is stakeholder outcomes. So they did not say stockholder. No, they said stakeholder. So that means it's a wider group of stakeholder. Circular economy. No? So this is about greening the supply chain. So you don't just look at the practices within the organization, you also try to influence the practices of your suppliers. Okay. And you deal only with sustainable suppliers and so on. Okay. Okay, so there are also rising expectations, but there are pain points. So I've said this is a long journey. So we cannot really achieve everything overnight. So number one is we don't have reliable climate-related information. No? So organizations disclose a lot of information around ESG, but we don't know if these are all true. No, so probably you heard about greenwashing, green hashing. So it's a type of reporting fraud, no, similar to financial reporting fraud. You can also be fraudulent in your ESG reporting, diba? You say one thing but you do another thing, no, and that affects the decisions by investors and also the other users of ESG reporting. The other pain point, as I've said, we don't have one uniform standard. And so there could be different measurements, different values associated to a particular ESG item. And that impacts the ability to measure enterprise value. And then governance, there is lack of trust in ESG risk disclosures, substandard identification, and governance of ESG risk. Because it's really a journey. What we see in Philippine companies, no, they will be in different maturity levels. No, so some do this just for compliance because it's a requirement by the SEC. No, so they submit their sustainability report, or sometimes it's not even a report; it's just a template. Okay, because just to tick the box. But some companies who are the leaders are very serious that they have embedded sustainability or ESG in their strategy, in their risk management. So if you hear their president, so they talk about sustainability, the different programs in the company, and so on. And it only says that they mean business. They're serious when they talk about sustainability. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So there will be transformation also. So this is really the aspiration. We don't want this to be just a reporting exercise. We want this to be a catalyst of transformation within the organization. So it must start with strategy. The strategy cannot be just to increase profits or to increase the net worth of the company. So there has to be some elements of ESG. Okay, so you also transform your businesses to successfully implement your strategy. And most importantly, you should be able to define what are the KPIs and measures for you to monitor your progress towards this strategy. Okay, so in ESG reporting, you have different KPIs. Okay, so one of them would be the the GHG emissions, no, the greenhouse gas emissions. So you disclose scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And there are a lot more KPIs around ESG. Okay, so I'm running out of breath. Maybe I could pass it to Crystal to handle the next topics.
Thank you, BNV, and hope you could rest for the next part. So for the third and fourth part of this webinar, so I will be covering the updates on the global developments and regulatory landscape of sustainability reporting in relation to the discussion earlier of PNP. So before I start, so just wanted to say marhay na aga to all Bicol, to everyone here in the call. So I'm not from Bicol, but I think Bicol is close to my heart because most of my friends here in SGB are from Bicol. So yeah. So to move forward on the discussion, so for the third part, so I will be covering the global developments on sustainability reporting. So in relation to the risks discussed by BNB earlier, particularly on environmental and social, and as well as on the increasing concern of stakeholders around these risks, there's actually a global momentum in relation to addressing these risks at governmental level. So during the 2015 Conference of Parties 21, this is actually an annual meeting done by parties to this to discuss items related to climate. So at the 2015 Conference of Parties 21, there is a global agreement reached to limit global warming by well below 2 degrees Celsius, preferably 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels by 2030, which is already around 7 years from now, 2023. No, so that actually means a decline of 45% in terms of carbon emissions compared to 2010 levels. So on this, this agreement is also called as Paris Agreement. So each party to the Paris Agreement is required to establish a nationally determined contribution. I think this was mentioned earlier by BNV also, and update it every 5 years. And we, the Philippines, is actually part of this Paris Agreement, or we are part of the parties of the Paris Agreement. So last April 15, 2021, we submitted our NDC and committed to a projected greenhouse gas emissions reduction of 75% for the period 2020 to 2030 for key sectors, including agriculture, waste, industry, transport, and energy. So you may have been hearing news around reducing carbon emissions or items, or you've been hearing news related to addressing climate change, particularly on these sectors. No? So because we are part of this Paris Agreement. So an update to this, last 2021, the nations or parties to the agreement adopted Glasgow Climate Pact, aiming to turn 2020s into a decade of climate action and support. So meaning, since we are targeting to reduce our carbon emissions by 2030, so from 2020 to 2030, our goal is to turn this as a decade of climate action and support. So there should be actions taken by nations to ensure that we can reach that goal to limit global warming. And during that time, the nations reaffirm their duty to fulfill that pledge, so that we can limit the global average temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Okay. And then recently, last November 2022, COP27 happened in Egypt. So during that time, a global carbon budget was released to discuss the commitments of governments, companies, and investors in relation to limiting global warming. However, during that time, there was a report which laid the gap between the promises done by the governments, companies, and investors in relation to cutting carbon emissions compared to what is compared to what has been taken or done already. So based on the COP27, there's actually a call for the nations to really move forward, to really move fast, because in terms of achieving that goal in 2030, if companies or nations will continue to do what they are currently doing, we may not be able to achieve that goal by 2030. So during the COP27, it was emphasized that the nations should really move faster so that for us to really be able to achieve that goal by 2030. So the next steps by 2023, this November, so the nations plan to discuss again that they collectively agree on the path that they will look into for nations to be able to really achieve that goal by 2030. So hopefully, I guess nations, including Philippines, there are already initiatives taken so that we'll be able to really reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Aside from that, there are already regulations, laws and regulations implemented here in the Philippines related to sustainability. So I guess some of this, particularly on Extended Producer Responsibility Act, was mentioned earlier by BNB. But to go through the key updates on the regulator side, so for the SEC, in 2019, the Philippine SEC issued Memorandum Circular 4-2019, which required publicly listed companies to submit a sustainability report on a comply or explain approach. So since this will be the first time for publicly listed companies to submit sustainability reports, so this is done on a comply or explain approach, meaning companies will have to comply on this requirement, but for those information or data that are not yet available at the time of reporting, so they can explain in their reports why these data are not yet available, or they are still looking into the data that they will be disclosing in relation to sustainability. So right now, for publicly listed companies or for the SEC, they are looking forward to make this mandatory, but we are still waiting on the final assurance of SEC on when to make this mandatory for publicly listed companies. Aside from publicly listed companies, the SEC is also looking forward, or one of its goals is to make this also mandatory for other companies here in the Philippines. And another update to that is that SEC is actually looking forward to the developments of International Sustainability Standards Board sustainability reporting standards. So later on, we'll have a separate section on the different sustainability reporting standards, especially the ISSP. Then, in addition to that, there are actually circulars also released by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas from 2020 to 2022. So for 2020, the PSP issued Sustainable Finance Framework, which highlights their expectation to integrate sustainability principles in the bank's corporate governance, risk management frameworks, as well as their objectives and operations. So in the succeeding circulars, that's environmental and social risk management framework, as well as guidelines on the integration of sustainability principles and investment activities of banks issued in 2021 and 2022. This focuses on the different requirements or items that banks may consider in relation to integrating sustainability in their operations. So for example, for environmental and social risk management framework issued in 2021, it provides guidance on how banks will integrate it in their facilities, or as well as their credit operations. Then for the guidelines on the integration of sustainability principles in investment activities of banks issued in 2022, the BSP highlighted guidance on how banks will be able to integrate sustainability in their investment activities. So In relation to this, BSP requires banks to submit their or their framework, environmental and social risk management framework, this May 2023. No? So in relation to that, the BSP also highlights the importance of the financial institutions' role in relation to fostering sustainable development, because banks has the control in terms of providing financing as well as providing insurance to different companies here in the Philippines. So it means that financial institutions has a significant role in terms of pushing forward sustainable development. And then lastly on this slide is Republic Act number 11898, or also known as Extended Producer Responsibility Act, which was officially enacted last July 23, 2022, which talks about plastic waste management. So we heard news about plastic pollution here in the Philippines. So this is one of an initiative to really reduce plastic waste here in the Philippines. So this act mandates oblige enterprises to be responsible throughout the life cycle of a product. So it promotes circular economy, particularly on plastic packaging. So there is a call for them to start reducing their plastic waste starting 2023. So there will be programs that should be implemented by companies, large enterprises, oblige enterprises to reduce their plastic wastes. Okay. So in terms of the sustainability reporting, so BNP mentioned that sustainability reports is actually a report being done or being issued by companies to show their non-financial information. So similar with BNP also mentioned that there are currently 2 reports being issued by companies. No? So financial statements, which includes disclosures on financial information, while sustainability reports is all about includes disclosures on non-financial side. So that includes environmental, social, and governance. So here in the next 2 slides, I will just show you updates in relation to the current landscape in relation to sustainability reporting, on how nations have required companies to issue their sustainability reports. So in this slide, we are showing to you those countries that are considered advanced in terms of sustainability reporting requirements. So as you see, we have United Kingdom, European Union, United States, and Canada here. So these countries have already issued regulations that mandates companies on each of these in each of their nation to issue reports related to non-financial information or non-financial performance. So the requirements vary from country to country, but right now they have already issued mandatory requirements to each of the companies or to certain companies in their countries. So for example, for United Kingdom here, they have issued requirements to mandate publicly listed companies to disclose greenhouse gas emissions as well as diversity within the company. And there are also updates in April 2022 in relation to requiring companies and limited liability partnerships to which are covered or to disclose risks and opportunities related to climate change. And then starting year 2023, there are also further updates in relation to sustainability disclosure requirements. For European Union, there are also requirements for publicly listed companies and large EU companies, including subsidiaries of foreign companies. So for example, if they have subsidiaries in the Philippines, so those subsidiaries will also need to be considered in terms of reporting their non-financial information. For United States, there are also several developments in terms of disclosing non-financial information. So for instance, last March 2022, the USSEC proposed changes in terms of enhancing their climate-related disclosures for investors. So they have provided guidance moving forward on adopting disclosures related to climate impact. And then lastly, for Canada, so there are also mandatory requirements to disclose diversity policies related to board of directors and senior management. So for all of for these countries, they are considered as advanced in terms of sustainability reporting because they have already mandated companies to issue sustainability reports or issue reports related to non-financial performance. Another update related to this will be for European Union, which already mandated limited assurance for those sustainability reports. So meaning, in addition or to increase the credibility and reliability of their reports, then they have already mandated having these reports audited or reviewed by third party and independent auditors. There are also updates related to United States in relation to having assurance on their reports as well. Then for Asia Pacific, as mentioned by BNB earlier, actually there are several developments also in Asia Pacific, and I guess Philippines is also at par in relation to the different updates on the requirements for Asia Pacific countries. So right now, for the Philippines, there is as mentioned earlier in the previous slide, there is a requirement on a comply or explain approach to submit sustainability reports for publicly listed companies. But for non-listed companies, if they opt to report on their sustainability information, they can also opt to disclose. No? But for now, the publicly listed companies are the ones required to submit to the regulators or to the Philippine SEC their sustainability report on a comply or explain approach. For other countries in Asia Pacific, there are also mandate or comply or explain requirements as well as voluntary requirements for them to submit non-financial or reports related to non-financial information. I guess in terms of significant developments, will highlight, I guess, Singapore. No? So there are also significant developments in terms of requiring climate disclosures for Singapore. But across all countries in Asia Pacific, there are already significant developments, and all nations have been moving forward to really push forward to or highlight the importance of disclosing non-financial information and make this mandatory in the future as well. Okay, so given all of the updates related to sustainability reporting as well as other regulatory development, would like to ask the participants here if what do you think is included in the sustainability report, or if you have already seen one, or if you have already seen a sample or a sustainability report, what have you seen so far in terms of the items that they have included there? So since this has been a requirement for publicly listed companies, so this their sustainability reports are actually available in public, so you can look into them or research on them and view them as well. So for now, if you have not seen any sustainability report, just wanted to hear from you, what do you think is in a sustainability report? For now, given all the information that you've heard from part one to this point, maybe would like to hear if just type it in the chat box now. So what do you think is included in a sustainability report? Company's goal. Thank you, Miss Sir Mertz. Company's goal. Okay, okay. So that's correct. So actually, when you look into the sustainability report, they include the goals as well as the strategy and performance in relation to sustainability. No? So given that they are companies have been submitting financial statements which focuses on financial information, sustainability report is a way for them to show their commitment, their goals, their strategies in terms of sustainability, no? And maybe how they contribute towards sustainable development. So I'm seeing here a company report in compliance with the regulators. Thank you. Operation process. For operation process, particularly related, I guess, to sustainability. No? So thank you for all of the responses from everyone. So I'll move forward to the next slide to show the example content or main contents that are usually included in the sustainability report. So a sustainability report is actually, as mentioned, a way for companies to show their non-financial performance. So it's a way for them to show how they are, what are their goals, strategies in terms of making them a sustainable business. So what are the actions taken in relation to showing that they have performed activities to make them a sustainable business. So it includes disclosure on the ESG, no? So the environmental, social, and good governance. So the SEC, Philippine SEC guidelines actually provided or circular act or memorandum provided guidance on how companies will be reporting their non-financial information. So it includes guidance on economic, environment, social, and good governance. So for environment, it includes the factors, including how they consume energy, water, how do they consider waste, and what are the recycling activities in relation to environmental responsibility. For social responsibility, so this includes their policies in relation to employee health and safety, in terms of showing inclusiveness and diversity across their company. So one example was mentioned earlier by BNP, the disclosure on the P gap. So there are also disclosures related to showing the composition of female and male in terms of the board level or executive level to show the diversity that they have in those companies. Then, in addition to that, they also disclose their policies on human rights, labor rights, as well as how they promote sustainable remuneration. While for governance, so it includes their policies in relation to addressing corruption, compliance, transparent reporting, and others. So these are the items that are included in a sustainability report. So to know more on the contents of sustainability report, you can actually look into their sustainability reports for those public companies. So what are the benefits of sustainability reports? No, so it actually addresses the triple bottom line concept mentioned by BNV earlier. No, the three P's, that's profit, people, and planet. So we're not just talking about profit or the income of the company, but also their impact to the people, to the environment, and to the society as a whole. So since they are disclosing information related to environment, social, and governance, so here in this slide, this summarizes actually the internal and external benefits that sustainability report will help them. So for internal, so it helps promote companies to show their sustainable vision, strategy, and business plan. So when they prepare their sustainability reports, of course, before they complete the report, they went through a process to identify their goals, their visions, and what are their strategies to really become sustainable. So in that way, they will be able to promote their sustainable vision. Another benefit that sustainability reporting can do is to effectively manage their sustainability risks and opportunities. So as they went through the process of identifying their goals and visions, that also includes their identification of the possible sustainability risks and opportunities that they have uh, across their value chain. So for example, for companies, when they do their sustainability reporting, they identify the sustainability risk. Example, environmental risk. For environmental risk, that can include the possible impact of climate change to their company. So for example, they have different or they have several equipment. So if there are any changes to or if there are any impacts of climate change, for example, flooding, so they can already consider if there's a risk at their level in terms of environmental or climate risk. Another risk that can be considered by companies in terms of their sustainability reporting will be related to their social risk. So have they during this time, they can also focus on revisiting their policies. So have they considered the employee health and safety in terms of their current policies and structure? So sustainability reporting is a way for them to go through this or to revisit their processes and strategies to address these risks. And another thing, aside from risk, they can also see some opportunities, no, that they can consider in terms of their process. For example, when they look in or they consider energy consumption, water consumption, it's also an opportunity for them to revisit ways for them to be able to reduce or to reduce their energy and water consumption, or maybe to use renewable sources of energy. So that's those are the items that they can consider in terms of sustainability. Another benefit that this can have to companies will be improved management system. So since companies will have to revisit their processes, so that also includes revisiting the systems, the applications that they use in their company. So for instance, for now, most of the companies are still in this transition phase of considering sustainability in their processes. So maybe for now they're using manual processes. Then moving forward, considering that they if they assess that using systems or application can benefit them in the long run, then it's a way for them to improve their systems. And lastly will be motivated workforce. I think as presented earlier by BNB, one of the in the survey, no, so people are considering the environment or the culture of companies they work into when they apply to this job. So it also promotes motivated workforce. So those are the main benefits internally, but externally, sustainability reporting can actually improve the company reputation and brand value, no, as well as attract investors. So since investors can see that, and as well as other stakeholders see that they are promoting sustainability, they have practices and policies in place that ensure that they are moving forward sustainable business. So it actually attracts investors and improves their reputation. So it promotes strong stakeholder engagement as well as strong competitor advantage. So overall, the benefit of sustainability reporting is really to show how companies perform or perform in terms of ESG or environmental, social, and governance performance. So now another polling question for the participants. No? So are you familiar with sustainability standards and frameworks? So for now, just leave it your answers in the chat box. So would like to hear from you if you're familiar or have you heard about this sustainability standards and frameworks already, or maybe earlier, no, I think it was mentioned in one of the slides the ISSB sustainability standard. No, that's actually one of the sustainability standard available. So just maybe think about it. No, what are if you're familiar, or maybe we can move forward now on the sustainability standards and frameworks on for you to have an overview of what are the available sustainability standards and frameworks. So actually, if you look into this slide, no, so ISSB, which actually created draft standards last year, is only one of the standards available for companies to use in relation to their sustainability reporting. So if you look into this slide, there are actually a lot of standards. They actually hear this or hear this as an alphabet, say as an alphabet soup of standards, no? Because there's a lot of standards here. No? So there is GRI, SASB, ISO, integrated reporting, TCFD, and others. No? So there are a lot of standards basically because there have been various demands from different stakeholders. No? So each of the standards have different objectives in place, but of course, all of which really contributes for or helps and guides companies to on how they disclose their non-financial information. So in the next slide, showing here key or common sustainability reporting standards that are actually being used by companies right now. So this highlighting these 6 standards or frameworks and guidance, just to give you an overview of what or how they are currently disclosing their non-financial information. So first of this is GRI or Global Reporting Initiative Standard. So GRI is actually the common or most used standards for sustainability reporting, not just locally here in the Philippines, but also globally. So GRI is actually the first global reporting standards that has been available in the market, but also it provides topic-specific standards that guides companies to disclose their non-financial information. So that includes energy consumption, water consumption, diversity policies, pay gap earlier. So those are examples of the disclosure requirements of the GRI. Another standard is SASB, or Sustainability Accounting Standards Board standard. So this is actually almost the same with GRI, but it focuses on industry-specific disclosure topics. Recently, actually, GRI also released updates on their requirements to consider also industry disclosures. So there are also significant developments from these standard bodies or regulators. Another guidance being used by companies is the integrated reporting. So this is actually not a standard, but a framework. This is a framework for companies to show their story of long-term value creation. It also highlighted the connection between financial and non-financial performance, focused on 6 capitals. So that includes financial, manufactured, human, social, and relationships, intellectual, and natural capitals. Another item that has been considered by companies in terms of their disclosure for sustainability report is the UN or United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030. So this was shown earlier by PNP. So it includes 17 goals. So for companies in their sustainability reports, they consider what have been their contribution so far in terms of use this UN SDG. So they disclose in their sustainability reports those UN SDGs that they are focusing to and they are currently or contributing to. Another common or known standard or framework for sustainability reporting is the TCFD, or Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures recommendations. So this is known because it provides guidance on how companies will be disclosing their climate-related disclosures. It provides guidance on how they disclose their climate risks and opportunities, as well as how they consider or what are their strategies, risk management procedures in terms of addressing those climate risks and seizing climate opportunities. And lastly, here is the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards. So right now, this standard is still in draft, but the goal is, or the plan is, to issue the standards by end of June 20, or within by June 2023. So the IFRS was actually formed or created to have a global comprehensive sustainability disclosure standard. So this started in 2020 when a consultation paper was created to check or to revisit what can be the role of IFRS in terms of creating a global comprehensive disclosure standard. So since there's a lot of standards in place, so the main goal of IFRS is to make a global comprehensive standard that can be used by different jurisdictions. So in 2020, it was asked if what can be their role, because IFRS right now is known to establish the globally accepted accounting standards. No, so IFRS accounting standards is currently being used already globally by different jurisdictions. Here in the Philippines, we have also adopted IFRS now in terms of accounting standards. So we have our Philippine Financial Reporting Standards here in the Philippines. So since there's already an established global comprehensive accounting standard, which is created by IFRS, so in 2020, they have considered if the IFRS can also create the same for non-financial information. And that's why the IFRS established a separate board in 2021 that's called International Sustainability Standards Board to create the Global Comprehensive Sustainability Standard. So that's IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard. So we'll not talk about in detail on the current requirements of IFRS, but right now there are significant developments on this standard because our companies have been looking into it in terms of having a globally acceptable sustainable disclosure standard. So right now there are two exposure draft or two draft for this. So that's called S1 and S2. So S2 actually focuses on climate related disclosures, wherein they have considered also the requirements of TCF here. So there have been discussions between all of these standard setting bodies, to really have a global comprehensive disclosure standard. So we are looking forward to its issuance this 2023, and for the Philippines, the Philippine SEC there are also discussions within Philippine SEC on adopting this in the future. So we'll just wait on further updates once this is issued by June 2023. Okay. So I think this will be the last polling question for everyone, and I would like to hear from the participants for this one, so that we can know if you can still recall who are required by the SEC in its Memorandum Circular Number 4, Series of 2019, to submit sustainability report along with their annual report. Just to hear from the participants here, if you can still remember who are required by the Philippine SEC to submit sustainability reports at the moment. Philippine listed companies. Thank you, Mary Ann. So yeah, so right now, publicly listed companies. Thank you for the responses, Mary Ann and Rosella. So yeah, so that's correct, no? So right now, only publicly listed companies has been required by the SEC to submit their sustainability report. So this is a first step for companies here in the Philippines to really have disclosures on their sustainability or sustainable information or performance. Okay, so I guess this will be there will just be 2 slides left on the third section of my presentation, of our presentation. So on the next 2 slides, maybe just to give you an overview of what has been the contents or how did the companies, Philippine publicly listed companies, disclose and reported their sustainable performance. So our team, CICA's team, have performed a study and reviewed the 2019 and 2020 sustainability reports submitted by publicly listed companies. Now, so in 2019, we have covered 73 companies, and in 2020, 118. And it covers industries that are considered high within high environmental and social risk. So that includes holding firms, mining, bank, utilities, and others. So in the next slide, we'll just show you some highlights of what we've noted so far in terms of our comparison for these 2 reports. No? So currently, we're doing the 3rd year and reviewing it. For now, we're showing to you the comparison or the updates in relation to the first 2 years of their submission. So we've noted so far that GRI is still the commonly used standard, but there's an increased use of TCFD recommendation during their 2nd year of submission. And this just highlights that companies are already realizing the importance of considering climate change in their disclosures. No? We've also noted an improvement in terms of the quality and coverage of their reports, and significant percentage of these companies have also referenced their disclosures to UN SDGs, no, which shows that their commitment to contributing to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Right now, we've also noticed that there's still, during that time, for the first 2 years, there is hesitation in having their ESG information audited or assured to increase reliability or credibility of their sustainable performance. But right now, in the 3rd year of submission, we're actually hearing companies reaching out to have their sustainability reports assured. No? So that means that there is an increased commitment to making their sustainability reports credible and reliable to the reviewers of the sustainability reports and other that includes the different stakeholders. No? And lastly, we've noticed also that there's an increased recognition on the role of financial sector. So earlier it was mentioned that the financial sector is seen as a key sector to really foster sustainable development. Okay. I think given that the time left, so I will no longer, I guess, show this video, but this video highlights the importance of measuring the intangible for you to really be able to create long-term value. So BNV mentioned earlier that sustainability is a way for companies to create long-term value. No? So if companies consider this sustainability in terms of their reporting, so they will go through the process of identifying the factors that they need to consider, measuring them, and of course, improve and report them in their sustainability reports. So I guess we're on the last part of this webinar. So just to summarize the key points that we wanted to highlight in the discussion. So we have summarized it into 4. So sustainability, as defined by United Nations in its Brundtland report, is the ability to meet the present needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And for ESG, it highlights the three pillars of sustainability, which is environmental, social, and governance. It was also highlighted in the session that there's a rising need to incorporate ESG in terms of their daily operations and structure, considering the increasing awareness and concerns of stakeholders. And lastly, ESG reporting and sustainability reporting actually allows transparency and consistency for companies to be able to share their progress and how their commitments towards sustainability, guided, of course, by the different international frameworks and regulations. So to end our webinar, we'll have to leave this question, and would like to ask everyone or say this to everyone. So will you wait for the future to happen or take responsibility for shaping it? So it's a question for us to remind us that it's now the time, or we should already be starting our sustainability journey. So this can be done not only by companies, which were mainly highlighted in the discussion, but also in each of our personal activities also. So we can actually start our sustainability journey in our personal lives. So each of our little steps can contribute to that sustainable development, as well as for companies. So each one of us should take action towards that sustainable development for us to have not only a sustainable nation, but also, of course, a sustainable world. And there are actually 3 questions left that we wanted to ask the participants. This is more of a reaction response lang naman. So you can respond through the reaction button. So for just to highlight what you can do so far in terms of sustainability journey. Sige. So there are 3 scenarios here that we wanted to ask the participants to give you maybe an AT or an overview of what we can actually do in terms of the sustainability journey. So first scenario here, you run out of supplies and have to go to grocery shopping, and you headed straight to the nearest supermarket. So what should you do to start your sustainability journey? So click the heart button if you will bring your own reusable grocery bag. It's stronger than paper bags, and it helps you avoid using single-use packaging. Or a laugh button, just use the supermarket's paper bags. It's biodegradable anyway. So would like to hear reactions from the participants. I'm not sure if I can see it. Okay. Or if you cannot react through using the reaction button, just type it in the chat box. I'm seeing hearts here, so thank you everyone for your responses. So yeah, so this is one way to actually start your sustainability journey. So by avoiding the use of single-use packaging and bringing your own reusable grocery bag. Next scenario, you and your classmates are starting your internship next week. So the company is not conveniently accessible via public transportation. So fortunately, all of you own cars. So what should you do to start your sustainability journey? So heart, if arrange with your classmates to meet somewhere and just carpool and split the gas bill, you'll be saving money and it's more fun to travel with other people too. Laugh button, if all of you should go to the company by yourselves, it's a hassle since some of your classmates do not live a long way of your route. Yeah. So we're still continuously receiving heart reactions here, heart responses. So yeah, so that's right now. So based on uh, when we look into the carbon emissions of most of certain companies now, we see that transportation or is a high one way to increase, or it's a contributor, large contributor in terms of carbon emissions. That's why we have already electric vehicles now. It's becoming popular, no. So another way is actually to do carpool and split the gas bill, no, when you're traveling. And then lastly, you were doing a general cleaning at your house and have found old gadgets and electronics. So what should you do to start your sustainability journey? So start if dump it with your regular trash altogether, and or go to your nearest electronic drop-off station. This way, it's much safer and valuable materials are recovered. Ayan. So this one is tricky because it's now is my laugh reaction. No? So we're now seeing a laugh reaction from the participants. So thank you everyone for responding. So yes, we're already seeing electronic drop-off stations now in the mall. So you can do this when you throw electronic and old gadgets. Now it's also a way for us to help waste management here in the Philippines. Okay. So I guess this will be the last part of our presentation. So thank you everyone for all of your responses. So we'll leave this message to everyone as we end this presentation. So I pledge to learn more about sustainability and ESG and commit to strive to incorporate it into my day-to-day activities, business, organizations, and the like. So hopefully, wherever you are, whatever your role is, as a student, as a faculty staff, as an employee, as a consumer, please continue to do actions or take action steps toward becoming sustainable. So thank you everyone for participating again. And I think that's all from our end. So we'll leave the floor to the host for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our dear resource speakers. Once again, let's give them a virtual round of applause. Thank you very much. On that note, we would like to present the certificate of commendation. So we would like to award the certificate of commendation. The citation reads, Republic of the Philippines, Bicol University, Open University in cooperation with Bicol University Extension and Management Division, Legazpi City, Albay. The certificate of commendation is awarded to Crystal Alali R. Cornell for extending her time, effort, knowledge, and expertise as a resource speaker, which contributed substantially to the success of the 3-day training entitled International Webinar on Organizations' Resiliency, Inclusivity, and Sustainability Towards ESG, held on April 18 to 20, 2023, given this day of April 18th day of April 2023 at Legazpi City, Albay, Bicol Region, Philippines. And certificate of commendation is also awarded to Benjamin and Villacorte. Once again, we would like to give our heartfelt of appreciation to our dear resource speakers. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
We would also like to take this opportunity to our resource speakers and participants to please turn on their cameras for our photo opportunity. So we have 10 slides for our participants. So please hold your big smiles as we have a photo opportunity. Okay, so let's have the first slide. Okay, so please hold your smiles. At the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. For the second page. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, we have more pages to go. Third page, 1, 2, 3, smile. Hold your smiles po. Oops. For the fourth page. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. For the fifth page. 1, 2, 3, smile. Sixth page. 7. 8. We have 2 more to go. 9. And last one. All right. So thank you very much, participants. Please be back for after our health break. And once again, thank you very much for joining the second day of our webinar. Have a hearty lunch, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hello. Hello. The work I have done in the United Nations was while I was still the Undersecretary General of the Office for Internal Oversight Services. Okay, so should I be sharing my slide or will there be someone doing it for me? Can someone do it for me siguro for this lecture muna? Mamaya ako kasi confidential yung slide, so I have to be the one sharing it. Meron pong pwede mag-share ng slides? I have given a copy of my lecture yesterday.
Yes po, ma'am. For a while po, our technical committee will be assisting.
Okay, thank you very much.
While waiting for our technical committee to share the slides, I would like to remind our participants to please rename on the pattern your program or your agency _ your name, and please prepare your questions so that during our Q&A portion, we'll have a smooth delivery of the questions to be answered by our resource speaker. Thank you very
Magbibiro
much.
sana ako eh. Sasabihin ko sana, pag walang nagtanong, mabimigay ako ng copy ng libro ko eh.
We love to have that, ma'am.
Nagbibiro lang, okay. I guess I heard you have a good time yesterday kay Richard Haydarian.
Yes po. Though of the interest of time, he have to cut off.
Parating bitin yun. Pag siya nag-lecture, parating bitin. Ang dami
Yes
talaga.
po.
It's very interesting. Okay?
Ma'am Heidi, can you please resend po the slides?
Sinend ko na po kahapon. Can you ask your, sino ba itong kausap ko? Si Merto? To share na lang?
Okay po.
Kasi I'm using a different
Okay po, ma'am. For a while po. Hello, good afternoon to our participants. While we're waiting for the slides, we're currently just having some technical difficulties. I would like to remind each participant to, before leaving the Zoom meeting later, please kindly scan the QR code that we will flash in the screens. Please make sure to have your attendance and evaluation done before leaving the Zoom meeting. And also for your dear friends in Facebook, you may share this webinar to them. We are live via Facebook Live or the Facebook page of the Bicol University.
So perhaps what we can do siguro to save on time is I can go ahead with the lecture and then habulin na lang siguro sa slides, if that's okay. I can mention which slides I'm on na para mas madali. Is that okay?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we can, okay. Good afternoon, maraming. Yan na pala, sabi ko sa inyo di ba? Salamat po sa tumulong mag-share. Salamat din po sa technical group. Salamat sa nag-invite at sa ating host, okay? So the recent pandemic has shown that well-functioning public administration and effective governance frameworks are preconditions to respond appropriately to a crisis of this magnitude. Although other factors also play a role, such as public trust in government or the existence of or absence of a tradition or
Recording in progress.
referred to as the whole of government and the whole of society collaboration. We can move to the second slide now, please. Now, well, of course, we have witnessed an unpredictable change in between the norm. So we have noticed an unpredictable change that has been the norm rather than the exception, okay? Whether it is at the political level, you've heard about the Arab Spring in 2011, the US elections, the Brexit in 2016. On the social side, you have the Occupy Wall Street movement, the EU migrant refugee crisis, you have the Black Lives Matter, and even the Me Too movement. And even in the economic, which is, for example, the economic crisis, which prompted the sovereign debt crisis in multiple EU countries. We have China replacing the US as the largest economy, and the environment, of course, in which governments operate in a never have seen before fashion, no? Just as which we can describe as very dynamic. Now, we can say that the COVID-19 pandemic is almost seen as an organic culmination of this dynamic. The perfect storm highlighting the essence of the new environment in which government operates. It's usually highly complex, unpredictable, and interdependent. In one word, turbulent. And the topic this afternoon is about turbulent governance. Changing demographics, migration, social mobility, cultural shifts in specific communities. We have witnessed all of those. So can we move now to slide 3? So the question is, how should government react or adapt the challenge? Or rephrasing the question, are the current institutional structures and patterns of government able to deal with such turbulence? Okay. Now let's move to slide 4, please. Governance is gained a great usage in contemporary public administration. No? Dami-dami ng usapan tungkol sa governance. Okay. From a governance perspective, there are two concepts that stand out as potential framework in dealing with such situations. So pag pinag-usapan yung mga tinatawag nating unpredictability, yung ganyan, may dalawang ng governance. And that is adaptive governance as introduced by Hatfield and Dodds in 2007. And of course, turbulent governance as introduced by Ansel, Trondal, and Gard also in 2017. These are the two government models that foster systemic resilience, okay? We all know that governance styles refer to the different approaches and mechanisms that are used to manage and regulate an organization or system. This can include hierarchical governance, perhaps you've heard about participatory governance, network governance, market governance, and others. But when we talk about resilience, two types come to our mind, and that is, of course, what we refer to as the adaptive and turbulent governance. Can we move now to slide 6? And thank you very much. So the literature identifies 3 major elements of adaptive governance in trying to describe and explain adaptive governance. And this is according to Chafflin, Gosnell, and Cozen. One of the elements is the so-called adaptive management, which actually refers to the actual internal management process as used by government in their activities, where experiments become policy and results are continuously monitored to further inform that policy. Now, the other one, of course, is scaling or finding the correct fit between governance process and the social ecological system, okay? And the other one, of course, is the management of diversity or polycentricity, or what we refer to as the power network, okay? As our modern societies are organized in multi-level structures of institutional authority and power, creating multiple centers of power that partially overlap and are often redundant across a given scale. Can we move now to slide number 7, please? So it should be highlighted that the implementation of adaptive management without the inclusion of governance principle will lack legitimacy and ultimately fail. when we say adaptive management, we actually refer to the actual internal management process used by governments in their activities, where experiments become policy and results are continuously monitored to inform that policy. Can we move now to slide 8, please? So we now find the challenge, which is the implementation of adaptive management without the inclusion of governance principle will surely lack legitimacy and ultimately fail. Now let's learn about turbulent governance by moving into slide 9 and 10. Turbulent governance requires public organization to face governance challenge of certain kinds, like for example, situations where events, demands, and support interact and change in highly variable, inconsistent, unexpected, or unpredictable ways. So parang keyword yun, basta sinabi turbulent governance. You have inconsistency o yung tinatawag nating unpredictability. In fact, turbulence is the new normality, according to Ansel and Trondal. Now, as compared to adaptive governance refer to a flexible and responsive approach to a governance that allows for, take note, iterative learning, feedback loops, adaptation in the face of changing circumstances. And if I can go further, it is characterized by the ability to adjust policies and strategies in real time based on new information or changing conditions, with emphasis on collaboration, participation, and engagement of stakeholders. Further, adaptive governance is often associated with complex, uncertain, and dynamic environments, such as, for example, the climate change or other social ecological systems. Unfortunately, di ba, na-observe natin, napakahirap mag-introduce ng change sa government natin, di ba? Now, in contrast, I have just mentioned what adaptive governance is. Turbulence governance refers to a form of governance that is characterized by instability, conflict, and disruption. So, yung isa, inconsistent, unexpected, and unpredictable. Ito naman, instability, conflict, and disruption. It is often associated with crisis, emergency, and other disruptive events that challenge the stability of existing governance system. Therefore, turbulent governance can be seen as a response to a complex, uncertain, rapidly changing circumstances, but is often reactive than proactive, with a focus on maintaining order and stability rather than innovation and adaptation. So in short, ang pinakang main pagkakaiba nila, yung tinatawag nating adaptive is responsive, proactive, hindi katulad ng turbulent governance, which is actually more reactive. So in other words, nagre-react ka lang doon sa instability or conflict o yung tinatawag nating disruptive events. And ang focus mo ma-maintain mo lang yung order and stability rather than innovation and adaptation, which is actually the focus of adaptive governance. So ulitin ko, sa adaptive governance, it is more of a proactive, at ang focus niya ay innovation, adaptation. So you continuously adapt to a dynamic changing environment. Dito naman sa turbulent governance, ito ay yung it's a reactive, in reaction to a disruptive events. Okay? And as I have said, ang focus niya mainly is on order and stability rather than innovation and adaptation. Now, going to slide 11, we have there the integration of turbulence in the broader concept of governance is basically a function of three factors. You have speed, which is about the fast-paced nature of the modern world, instantaneous communication, short but multiple feedback loops. Lalong-lalo na ngayon, di ba? Naandyan ang social media, so talagang very careful yung mga nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, no? Napaka-sensitive nila. Now, when we talk of complexity, the interdependence and unpredictability of public agencies must deal with a dizzying array of stakeholder concerns, di ba? Marami tayong mga concerns, lalo-lalo na yung iba't ibang levels ng government. There is an increased demand for multitasking, noon pa naman yan, di ba? I know that nakapag-audit po ako ng Bicol State University. So alam ko po nung hindi lang ho itong state university na ito, lahat siguro ng government offices, most of the time kulang ang tao kaya ang nangyayari parating multitasking, di ho ba? And then of course, conflict or the continuous movement towards more pluralistic, inclusive forms of governance, which is focused on participation. So, kailan lang sa Commission on Audit during our term, 2011 to 2015, yun po yung term ko, nag-focus tayo sa tinatawag nating participatory audit. Siyempre, kapag yung governance is focused on participation, may mga collaborative solutions, mayroong increasing network stakeholders, well, of course, you can expect yung tinatawag nating conflict of interest o yung tinatawag nating public affairs becoming more conflictual and polarized. Ano? Meron ng expert na nagsabi na, sabi nila, science, religion, social identity, sexuality, gender, and even food already have become politicized. Okay? Now, going to slide 12, you have there the turbulent nature of the COVID-19 pandemic. So, yung COVID-19 pandemic, many of the experts believe it is a perfect example of what we refer to as a turbulent governance. Kasi nagkaroon ng disruption. So, yung tinatawag na turbulent governance, di ba sabi natin, it's a reactive, rather than a proactive. At ang purpose mo is just to manage stability rather than yung tinatawag nating an innovation or something. No? So, one of the characteristic of which is uncertainty and unpredictability. Yun yung characteristic ng turbulence governance. So noon, napakalaki ng extent ng uncertainty. And I think majority of the programs na niraran ng gobyerno noon, talagang ang main na risk ng programs na noon ay yung napakalawak at napakalalim ng uncertainty and unpredictability. Especially so kapag binalikan natin na nung mga unang panahon, parang kahit mismo yung gobyerno, hindi nila alam kung anong gagawin, di ba? And it's increasing the risk of uncertainty among the citizens. And if anything is certain, it is only this, that there is no silver bullet, or the areas in which we have ready-made solutions are sinking too fast. Ang bilis, no? Yung bang kakadiscover mo pa lang ng vaccine, hindi pa nga ito available sa bansa natin, may bago na kaagad na variety, nakapag-mutate na kaagad yung tinatawag nating COVID-19 na virus, okay? Now, Ansel Sorensen and Turfing expressed this eloquently. The COVID-19 crisis is a game changer for public administration and leadership. And I think you will not debate with me on this. In fact, I can even leave it because I think it is self-explanatory. COVID-19 pandemic revealed the demand for robust governance strategies to deal with turbulent problems and demonstrates the need for public sector transformations to support the robust governance of turbulence, okay? The crisis, in fact, has demonstrated the need to perceive challenges to the public sector in a new way and is revealing the necessity, willingness, and capacity for changing the modus operandi of the public sector in the pursuit of robust solutions to turbulent problems. So, moving now to the next slide. What now? The concept of governance need to evolve with the world in which it resides. Lagi naman natin sinasabi yan, dapat yung governance should be dynamic, no? And resilience has become a sine qua non condition for success of any good governance process. We should not forget about the leadership component and the importance of integrating resilience as an essential characteristic of leadership in order to successfully navigate turbulent events. Now more than ever, we need the increased resilience and long-term orientation of public administration and, take note, governance structures and mechanisms. Moving to next slide, please. We can say that the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the strengths and weaknesses of a public sector under stress. No? Tingin ko, kung tama siguro yung mga survey, palagay ko ito talaga yung tumama dun sa popularity ng previous yung performance ng COVID-19. Although the survey showing na satisfied daw yung majority kung magtitiwala tayo sa survey. My comments fine. The pandemic has shown that well-functioning public administration and effective governance frameworks are preconditioned to respond appropriately to a crisis of this magnitude. Although the factors also play a role, other factors play a role, such as the public trust in government, or the existence and even the absence of a tradition of a whole of government and whole of society collaboration. No? Ito yung naging medyo mahirap. Sabi nga natin noon ang naging ano daw ng Department of Health, sila yung pinakasikat na ahensya noon, di ba? Ang pinakang ano nila is the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and the fight against disinformation. Yung bang magbabakuna ka na lang, biglang kakalat yung mga maling impormasyon na pag daw nagpaturok magiging antichrist, etc. etc. Kaya karamihan ayaw magpabakuna. Kaya tuloy na nga expire yung mga bakuna. O baka naman talagang ang binili malapit na ma-expire. Okay, wala po ako sinabi. Sinabi ko po ay yung risk lang. Okay? Slide number 14. Now, what are some of the recommendations in general? One, governance should be contextual, adaptive, and resilient. We've seen the successful COVID-19 measures are different in each country. Siguro hangang-hanga tayo lahat dun sa Prime Minister ng New Zealand, ano? At sa ibang bansa, ano? Sa South Korea din, di ba? Hence, government needs to be sensitive to the national values and tradition. At ito yung nakakatuwa, no? Yung governance being sensitive to the national values. Pag tinignan daw natin yung China, nung nag-full lockdown sila, madali lang i-implement sa mga mamamayan. Kasi communist country sila, di ba? Sanay sila na everything is being supplied by the government, hindi lumalabas ng kanilang bahay. Medyo sabi natin na ano yung kanilang freedom and democracy, di ba? Ngayon, yun yung karanasan nila in the past, of course. I'm not saying na hanggang ngayon. So dito sa country natin, medyo mahirap, di ba? Parang malaking usapin yung hindi mo palalabasin ng mga tao, lalong-lalo na yung mga arawan, di ba? At lalong-lalo na yung tinatawag nga nating uncertainty. Hindi natin alam kung hanggang kailan. So napakalakas at napakataas ng ano. So ang sinasabi ng mga expert ay yung sensitivity to national values and tradition ng good governance, ng governance mechanism, no? So moving to slide 15, the pandemic has shown that rapid and unprecedented systemic transformation is possible. Take note, provided that a problem is framed and broadly felt as a crisis. Will you agree with me if paano ba yung sitwasyon sa atin? Was it properly felt and broadly felt as a crisis? Totoo naman, no? Except na nakikita natin, parang there is only one group na nagmamanage yung ng pandemic. Ito yung tinatawag nilang working group o yung task force. At napakaraming task force na ginawa, no? And then most of the time, ang comment ko nga lang, majority of the funds na bumuha, ibinuhos lahat sa local government down to the level of barangay. Ang problema, tinatawag nating absorptive capacity. Dito pumapasok yung adaptive governance mechanism or adaptive management. Ano? You have the same capacity, no? And usually, ang ano natin sa barangay, syempre walang masyadong tamang education, kung minsan walang masyadong training, ang dami ng perang bumuhos. Pagkatapos, hindi natin tiningnan yung absorptive capacity. So talagang makikita natin yung napaka-chaotic na implementation at the start. Okay? So it can be concluded that the pandemic has illustrated the importance of strong public institutions and, take note, effective partnership between governments and key actors, which is also essential for attaining the Sustainable Development Goal. I've mentioned Sustainable Development Goal, and I would like to overemphasize it because it is the topic actually of my next slide. The 2030 Agenda is a good compass for sustainability, and it is necessary to integrate mechanisms to increase resilience in institutions and governance. In fact, some experts believe that public institutions should play a leading role in governance and are themselves part of the institutional governance framework. However, the problem is most, if not all, are not equipped financially, lalong-lalo na, human resource-wide, as well as in terms of the mindset perhaps, puro general lang nakaupo, to lead the implementation of the agenda. Governance failure is therefore at least as much a cause for lagging with yung naging response noon, as well as kahit na dito sa tinatawag nating the commitments to the SDG. Now, It should be mentioned that the increase of global crisis, including but not limited, of course, to the COVID-19 pandemic, risk further or slow down or even cause a standstill for the 2030 agenda kung pag-uusapan natin yung governance and effective policies, yung implementation nila. And as such, there are 4 recommendations or priority areas in improving institutional capacity. One is recognizing that creating an effective public administration and governance is an important strategic policy area. And then beginning with mission-oriented public administration and governance reform, applying culturally sensitive meta-governance to design, define, and manage, tackling trade-offs and achieving synergies between SDGs and their target, and of course, start concerted efforts to improve policy coherence with a mindset beyond political, institutional, and mental silos. Isa-isahin po natin ng konting focus lang. Doon sa tinatawag nating public administration governance as a strategic policy area. We usually do not consider attaining adequate quality of public administration and governance as a strategy policy area. Now, even in the field of audit, siguro ngayon nyo lang maririnig, there is such thing as a governance audit. Hindi pa natin siguro nagagawa dito, pero bago ako umalis, ginawa na ito sa United Nations. No? Now, experts such as Pollitt and Buckhart have argued that public administration reform is usually thought as a means to an end and not an end in itself. It may also serve a number of intermediate ends, including those of strengthening the control of politicians over the bureaucracy, freeing public officials from bureaucratic constraints that inhibit their opportunities to manage and enhance the government's accountability to the legislature and citizenry for its policies and program. I know that you are all convinced governance is more than a theory about the relations between government and non-government actors. In fact, it is about the quality of institutions, the processes, the tools, and the skills which should enable effective policy making and policy implementation. Now, on the second recommendation, which is a mission-oriented public administration and governance reform. Now, reform and innovation in the public sector are not straightforward, lalong-lalo na sa atin, kung minsan liko-liko. At napakahirap mag-initiate ng reform. I'd like to mention something kasi nandito pa ako nung nangyari to. In 2014, merong ginawang Public Financial Management Working Group, And one of the reforms na in-introduce, maraming reforms na nangyari, ay yung tinatawag nating government-wide integrated financial management system. Now, nung ipinasa na yung na-draft na yung law that will implement that, etc., yung executive order, the former President Aquino was about to sign it. Nagdalawang isip siya kasi sabi niya, ilang months na lang ang matitira sa akin. I would rather leave it to the next administration. So it was left unsigned. Unfortunately, anong nature ng ating pag hindi nila pag project ng kabilang administration, stop. And now here comes COVID-19 pandemic. Nababasa ko, hindi po nakasweldo yung mga volunteers, yung mga medical etc. dahil hindi nakakapasok. Well, so kung sabihin, kung naaprubahan sana at na-implement yung government-wide integrated financial management system, you don't need to go to office to approve a voucher, to initiate a voucher and approve a payment. Everything can be done electronically. In fact, siguro kahit yung treasurer ng bansa, kung namamasyal, pipindutin niya lang yung cellphone niya, makikita niya kung magkano ang current surplus at a certain time. Or even the tinatawag nating deficit kung halimbawa man. Unfortunately, this was not signed. So, and then ultimately, hindi na ipinagpatuloy. So, well, of course, we've learned about new public management, which has introduced public-private partnership. But even the PPP has its own downside and upside, no? On the positive side, it has provided government with investment, technology, and innovation option. However, on the downside, as a blueprint for partnership between government and social partners, well, for the administration, it's mainly about cost saving sa part ng gobyerno, no? That the business partner in the partnership is often dominant Usually, kung minsan nga, iniisip ko, ano ba talaga ang nabigyan ng pabor? Yung gobyerno, yung private sector, yung private, yung kapartner na contractor or private company, no? So it is not designed to include civil society organizations as a partner on equal footing. And the first is, of course, against the 2030 Agenda's effectiveness principle, while the second is against accountability, and the third is against inclusiveness. So, the positive development, of course, of COVID-19 pandemic, it has resulted in many countries rediscovering the crucial role of values created by the public sector. Siguro naman kahit dito sa atin. Now, the third one is, of course, meta-governance. What is meta-governance? It refers to the governance of governance, which involves the management and oversight of the processes, the structures, and even the principles that govern a particular system or organization. In the context of governance styles, meta-governance of governance styles refer to management and oversight of various governance styles that are used within our organization. When we say applying meta-governance of governance styles, we actually mean involving or assessing the effectiveness of these different governance styles and determining which ones are best suited for the specific needs and goals of the organization or system. Now, overall, applying meta-governance of governance style can help to ensure that governance of an organization or system is effective, efficient, and sustainable over the long term. And then the fourth one, of course, is about breaking silos. In addition to getting the governance principle right, which is the first recommendation, improving the quality of public administration and governance is also about better cooperation across political, institutional, and mental silos, which requires rethinking institutions, instruments, skills, human resource development, and governance processes at all levels. This requires better horizontal and vertical coordination mechanism, including mechanisms such as self-organizing governance institutions who aim to mitigate problems arising from fragmented authority, or even from multiple forms of leadership and inclusiveness with co-creation and co-responsibility. In ending, let me just say, sustainability challenges are often embedded in complex systems, which typically entail the so-called wicked problems. While this is not new for public administration experts, sustainability experts such as you and the others perhaps may add new insights from their experiences. Okay? Now, this is the end of my first slide. I can open a little portion to question and answer unless you want to proceed the second slide. But with regards to the second slide, I wouldn't agree if it will be still on Facebook Live because the slides will be confidential. I'm sorry for that. Or we will skip that if you want. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Ma'am Heidi. We will inform the admin for the Facebook Live.
Any question po? Or do you want to go straight to the second PowerPoint slide?
For the participants, are there any questions for the first part of the presentation?
May sabi po parang mali ang slide na naka-flash. Tama naman po. This was the last po ng ano. Inisa-isa ko lang po yung mga apat na elements. Have I taken care of that comment po dito sa chat group?
Yes, ma'am.
Any question po?
Going once for the questions. Twice.
Mukhang gusto niyo talaga ako magpa-raffle ng libro, no? Sabi ko, kung walang questions, magpapa-raffle ako.
Ma'am, I think we could proceed to the second part of your talk.
Sure. Can I share slides? Teka muna, ma'am. Where is the highest executive in Bicol University? Do I have your word that this is not on a public mode?
We are coordinating with the admin for the Facebook Live to end the coverage. So we can assure that this is not in public mode. May I request the technical team to flash the QR code for our attendance and evaluation? So before we proceed to the part 2 of today's webinar from our resource speaker, you may scan the QR code to be flashed on our screen, and please kindly have your attendance and evaluation. Thank you.
Ma'am, ipapastop ko ang recording, ha?
Yes, sure, ma'am. I hope the 207 participants could have the attendance. We'll give you at least 3 minutes for this one, while Ma'am Heidi is preparing the second part of her
Ready
talk.
na po. Ready na po yung
Okay na
second
po.
part. Hinihintay ko lang po mag-off yung recording and then an assurance that we are no longer on Facebook Live.
Lita mo. Hindi ka naka-scan?
Recording stopped.